You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month
Hello again, esteemed officer. What do you mean the actual source? Earlier, you told me there was no curse. What?
Ma'am, what he's saying is true. We found an anthroponetic anomaly in the small Pinewood church down the coast. I don't mean to be an alarmist, and more research is needed, but it's not looking good.
But that's not in any of the ancient texts.
She's too afraid to even say the word.
Close the shop. Thank you for your help in any case. You're welcome back here anytime.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a dye?
You feel nothing. If anything, it's uncomfortably warm in here.
Excuse me, what?
Officer!
No, I don't feel hot. We're in a derelict smokestack. If anything, then it's... Oh no, not the zipper.
A tool to get the zipper open?
And why would you do that? And what technique is that?
Miss, I apologize for my colleague's behavior.
Officer, this isn't how...
Now you feel something. The cold damp of shame washing over you.
The air pressure told you to take your pants off in my... Can you please employ this special technique somewhere else? I thought we agreed that the curse isn't real. I'm listening. Excuse me? A 2mm hole...
I'm afraid it is, ma'am. Sona Lukanen killed the four...
Sona is involved in this? So it's even worse than I thought. It's not...
She looks outside the window where daylight has filled the yard.
A curse is something superstitious, but a tomb... In any case, thank you for stopping by. It's good to have an answer.
There, on that balcony. Do you see it? Straight into a bull ring with no prep talk. That's a pathetic-looking bull. Where are the sharpened horns ready to punch? Artistos are known to repel wealth. Nonsense. No one. What you need to do is lure them in with a strong one-liner. Get them on your side before you've even finished a sentence. Show us what you've got. Pretend you're facing the Skull Girl. Boring. Boring. What is this? A dating agency? Counterpoint. What if pleasure is your business? Gigolos make bank and get that wet. Holy moly. Are we being arrested here? But it would catch her off guard. That's mamma mia if this isn't the top seller in La Delta. Okay then, off you go. Let's see what you've got.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my... Oh, not only have you found...
She does have eyes that seem to be smeared with coal.
Does anyone in a city like this? It doesn't have to do anything at all. Nothing does. Shoot, Piggy. It's what you do, isn't it? They just might be. Rough stuff. If you take the ride, you'd be... We apologise. But if you're really interested, then I'm sorry. From a guy on Buggy Street, Porta Rosa. Go there after mid...
She immediately regrets telling you, but it's too late.
What's that? The Piggy's looking to get into the art market with us.
The lieutenant, are we witnessing a performance? Relax. It's all. She stares at you, fearlessly, waiting for a response.
This little persona will... The whole point of Graffitio being on the street...
There has to be a way to
I don't have a price. If I wanted to whore myself out, I'd go to Port. They'd be delighted to get their hands on a squealing pink thing like you. Cut off.
Perfect. She isn't interested. All the...
Your partner here gets it. Anything else I can not... Hello again, officers.
She's locked up tight.
Squeal. Then maybe we can talk business. Good little piglet. Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural? Hello again, officers. Have you... What's that? The pig...
The lieutenant Are we witnessing a performance? Relax. It's all part. No one speaks to a police officer. She stares at you, fearlessly, waiting for a response.
This little... The whole point of...
There has to be a way.
I don't have a price. They'd be delighted to get that.
Perfect. She's...
Your partner here gets it. Anything else?
She's locked up tight.
Squeal. Then maybe we can talk business. Oh, come on. I was just... Hello again, officers. What's that? The pig...
The lieutenant. Are we witnessing? Relax. It's all. She stares at you.
No, we will not check anyone.
Words are one thing.
Don't come at me with that. You've got too bad pork sausage.
There has to be a way.
I don't have a price. They'd be delighted to get their hands on a...
Perfect. She isn't.
Your partner here gets it. Hello again, officers. Have you come to a...
She's locked up tight.
Squeal. Then maybe we can talk... Come on. You really need to bring home the...
The lieutenant remains. Not in a million years.
Not him, you. Do I need to come over there and pull on your curl? Good little piglet. Hello again, officers. What's that? The
lieutenant. Are we witnessing? Relax. No one speaks to a police officer in that tone. She stares at you.
Whoa! Calm it with the whole point of graffitio being...
There has to be a way to...
I don't have a price. They'd be delighted to get their...
Perfect. She's...
Your partner here gets it. Anything...
She's locked up tight. What does she want? Maybe it's as simple as...
You're back. More lessons in basic reality? The Pale is not.
Yes. Also, I think we've had...
His voice is low.
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's try something. I don't think your colleague would appreciate... Let's continue with something...
You could sneak back later.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a...
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Right.
10-4, come in. Roger that. 10-10.
It's you again. What is it? A witness? You ain't got...
That's just Coptactis, Titus. Next, he's gonna tell you one of us already.
Well, let...
He's not alarmed by the sudden appearance of a witness, but he is surprised. You can... Not only his name...
So, some moral intern crony. What'd he tell you? I bet he had a dead hooker situation. If he came to Martinez.
It's you assholes that feel the need to go around like a fucking brass...
Yeah. It's like they put cowbells on you.
Damn, they wormed their way out of it, somehow.
Arab guy?
Well, yeah. What is confusing you? Eugene, Theo, and Elaine were there, too. I already told you. We will... That means absolutely nothing.
It means the whole scene was long and drawn out.
What is this fella's problem?
Shanky. It's Shanky, right? I thought there's something wrong about the lynching story. Now I know.
You don't...
I know you are lying, Shanky.
Yes, enough.
And almost in all... Okay, maybe it doesn't feel like this did anything to them, but they have to be fretting a little. I don't know what went wrong the last time. You have so many good ideas here. Make them all see their puppets on it.
The fucking what now? You mean the barman? What are you? His bitch now?
Yeah, we're all very focused.
Yeah.
Boss, I think he means it.
Yeah.
Boss,
I think he's just gonna keep saying cart carousel. Sounds like you're on some kind of carousel yourself.
No, he's not. Officer, look at me. I need to see if your face is drooping.
Yeah, you don't look so...
The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you. The faded marks are too degraded.
Where? There? Those are old. Yes, the one that happened half a century ago. Those bullets... Not much. I don't...
There's nothing for you to understand here. It is not her death you are investigating. Absolutely not. She died of pneumonia in her Revival Fair of 91 in the Faubourg district. A parade was held to honor Guillaume Le Lion's name day, and this was the happiest day of my life. I was 22 when I returned from King Guillaume's Akira operation in this. I won her back.
You were like a dark cloud sucking the joy out of every living thing around. Those days and memories are gone.
The old soldier says nothing, but when his glance quickly runs...
Yes?
It is such a pleasure to see you again. Sure, officer. They are... No, oh, that's the cochonnet. Well, first, then, the players aim to throw their boo. I could, but...
Is he denying you information when you clearly...
Then, the opponent has a right to a measure if he has doubt about the result, and...
Can you believe this clown? This is information you must have.
So weird. What was that? Yes.
Good. Gaston finally understands the rules now.
What was that all about? We should leave quickly before it happens again. Hurry up then.
I'm sorry, officer.
The only one you...
Suddenly you realize the sandwich looks like a culinary wonder. In addition to the obvious slice of ham, a fat one, you notice a brim of a tomato peeking from...
Believe me, officer. I wish I could help you, but...
You can barely hear him. The sweet...
Fuck off! It's mine!
A glimmer of...
Sorry, officer. I'm sorry. I did...
And it's gone.
When the dissidents come to rape our country, he hides. But try to get a bite of his dear sandwich and he gets claws? We are a special kind of vermin, Gaston.
A man so principled about his sandwich calls for a principled approach. You really do. Now, unleash the fury.
What? What oppressors?
I am not going to listen to this comic connery.
Huh? I really don't understand how my sandwich could... I would rather just have this one, officer. That sounds horrible. You really don't know your way.
That's one brutal motor carriage.
If I were a real skull now, I'd jack it, paint it in palm tree livery.
A snazzy shit-ripped skullmobile like this would make a fine...
Yeah, tribal
Well, I appreciate it.
It's just theoretical work, Copper. No...
I can tell you who we're not, Cop.
Which is not to say that the skulls are big.
The part of this presentation you want to take home with you, Cop man.
Oh yeah, Cindy's a right proper skull.
Yeah, a true...
by the way, if you see Cindy...
The lieutenant on your left is unusually lenient toward them.
Oh man, yeah. We're not...
Be wary of the...
It's a threat. An impotent threat of violence. But I don't. In fact, I dislike them so...
Hey,
Yeah. Didn't you cops, like, have some...
The Union does their share of policing in Martinez, at least working...
Apart from the Union.
Don't you worry about...
Yeah, we are. We're not franchise skulls. Well, not yet. Once we get our... Because we can be just as psych...
But in a non-threatening and definitely legal way?
We'll fuck the system from the inside later. Just be cool.
Right on, fuck. So what's happening now? Mm-hmm.
You don't know? What kind of cop...
The Skulls are the most vicious gang of the Besmertne.
The nastiest bunch of psychos ever. Jacking carriages and getting...
Possessing an infinite amount of fuck-all swagger, infamous for their non-verbal modus operandi.
If a skull spots you, he will pull out his dagger and stab you without saying a word.
The lieutenant's voice is as calm as usual. A testament to the violence and...
They usually occupy the burnt-out quarter in Jamrock. Or you can find it.
I can't wait to become a skull.
No, they really aren't. It's porno tuning. Say no to the porno.
What about them? Well, first off, it's a statement and not necessarily something that characterizes me as a person, even though the word piss epitomizes the struggle taking place in the world. Things being defined as they seem, not as they are. And, I guess, it's also about communal spirit. Also, you've got to admit, it catches the eye. And since the Grand Piper is slowly but steadily moving towards basing the economy on it, attention, it is imperative that What I mean by this is, we are all pissed, and that the world is inherent.
Like I said before, many men keep searching for the one, for so-called true love, which is actually just obsession masquerading as kinship. The thrill of the chase, the hollowness that fills your chest cavity after catching it.
I'm wondering if the poetics come with the jacket.
To catch a fish, you'll need to hurl the lure many times, and even then it isn't certain that you'll get any. You get more fish in a shorter time. And because when one fucks everything, he fucks.
Is it a coincidence that here we have two badass jackets and two badass...
Yes? What is? What are you implying? For what? The concept of getting dressed is familiar to me, but wearing jackets like these isn't appropriate for an RCM officer, unless he's deep and neither. Fine, if only to end this discussion. Theoretically, if I were a juvenile delinquent, if I were to already be down that path, I think peace is the stronger of the two statements. Seems about right, especially considering your heroic exit attempts.
So are we done here? Or... you don't need us around for...
Murder? Yeah, sure.
Also, he was hanged. He was hanged.
Yeah,
These punks don't know it.
Hey! Stop right there!
Fucking philosophy, man. You can do aggressive shit with philosophy. Justify shit.
No. Don't ask anything. Be subtle and scary. The boys dream about suggest their massive skull.
What? No! Skulls don't have kings.
Yeah, man, keep your voice down. Skulls don't take it lightly when folks pretend to be them.
Wow, you boys are ambitious. Only prospects and already planning a coup in the Skulls. You're destined to go far.
He gets it.
Shut the fuck up.
Now bring it to the jackets and, yes, start shouting.
Please be quiet. What? What do you want? The jackets?
Fuck you, man. Take... Oh, man. Okay.
Fuck.
The lieutenant watches the boys take their jackets off with mild amusement.
I'm absolutely okay with not having either one, thank you. I already am express.
I'm not.
Good. I want...
Cold-hearted cop.
The jackets are meant to complete each other. If a man was standing alone on a street corner with "piss" written on his back, it'd just be an
I don't know, Eric.
Yeah, let's get out of here. The cops fucked us.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. What's on your mind?
No, just no. I can already see it's failed.
I can wash it for you.
No, we must...
I could use a breather.
Well, and it must say, I'm proud of this one. It's... Our tenant, eh? What's this about? Come now, I can't read. Huh? I might be half-blind, but it looks like part of the village. Have you asked Lillian about this? I won't even...
Waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards.
Oh?
Who?
Aha! Two old guys have been wandering around here. Right.
Not only snowmen, I don't really know. Further down the peninsula, I guess. I mean, that's where they... Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front.
It's military. The washerwoman mentioned a depot at the coast. She said it was for moving ammo and cargo across the bay. This might be it.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it. An old door, worn by elements. You rattle the handle a bit, then push on the door with all your...
We don't get in there. Frankly, you're just going to have to accept the fact that you... Relax. No one's hiding in there. If we can't open it, others...
An old door. There's a cylinder on the ground.
Who's there?
His self-conscious enthusiasm renders his movements ungainly.
Is that the police? Why are the police here?
Don't worry, Gary. To what do I owe the pleasure? Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water lock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the A81. You broke the water lock with a motor carriage? There was a billboard in the canal. Not a vehicle. It said Samaran Butter.
Did he say we can go?
Yes, Gary. We can go soon.
Sir.
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait.
His hands are large and weather-worn.
Which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for him. Good question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodate, and I suspect it may have also developed other specialised techniques. It's my hypothesis that it has evolved certain electrochemical defences that allow it to interfere with it, but I cannot describe how these defences work. I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known...
Seems puny, to be honest.
Very little, I'm sorry to say. Not yet.
Just out of curiosity.
I know it's real. By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that yes, the most recent... It's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual location for this species. I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature. Yes. The females don't need males to reproduce. Makes it easier for a species to survive. Yes, Insulindian phas...
There's nothing dispassionate about the way he talks about...
Well, they may not look impressive. Yes. Simple. Attracted by the locust. At least, that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect solution. Locusts. Nearly all know.
Inside the traps, a number of locusts crawl.
They'll work, I assure you. The predatory hypothesis, using locusts as bait.
The traps do seem to be deftly and thoughtfully constructed.
Yes. What? And I'm eager to return to her. My wife understands that.
Come on, Morale.
And leave the traps?
Come on. She wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
Of course it's important.
She's seen it.
Yes. That's how we first came. Suffice to say.
His spirit may be willing, but his body might be too old to endure the rigors of the...
No. The traps need...
He's dead set on this. I could go for some trap setting.
I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer. Well, Be that as it may, I'd really appreciate the help. There are 4 in total. One is to the south, on this little peninsula. Another we set in Land's End, to the northeast. The third is set near the canal, where you crossed, by a concrete slab. A big thicket of reeds. You should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just...
That seems like a lot. Do we really have time for this extract? Is it?
If you think it's important, you have been right before.
Bring it to me at once.
He's not comfortable with the possibility that you'll claim the find, but he's lying about this even to himself.
That's highly unlikely, officer. But in the event you do... Oh, it's made of musk and research chemicals. The pheromone should attract the insect to you, or at least prevent it from bolt.
This is the smell of dying reed.
I hope you're not buying this. He dispenses it without letting you touch the canister, so it would be precious like...
It is precious. A single dose cost me 50 real to develop. Not that I...
Right, which means...
Finally!
Thank you for your help. Gary and I will start breaking down...
What about his eager-to-leave friend Gary there? Talk to him.
I've just always liked animals and puzzles. Searching for cryptids is a bit of both. Real. I know you think one is a respectable profession, while the other is superstition. Everyone does. Indeed. My methods do not differ from other science.
Your nerve endings tell you there is no such thing as a positive surprise.
Agreed. Yet there is always a chance. Oh, no, as I said.
Interesting. Something for later.
It's not child's play. Just because I have to traipse through everything from forgotten regional lore to newspaper accounts, like the one that brought us here, to look... No. Very few cryptids are ever discovered. Of the list of cryptids kept by the Cryptozoological Society, 2 are categorized as confirmed discoveries. The rest are in... Yes, the Chateau Quan forest pygmy, who turned out to be an extinct species of primate, and a cave salamander from Grad, who is... We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves. More so even than the public. With cryptids, most cryptids are hoaxes or they are never found. Indeed. If our expedition is successful...
The hair on your arms stand up. Electricity.
Yes? All right. What cryptids precisely? That's impressive, I guess. But have you seen it with your own eyes? Of course you haven't. I haven't had a chance to travel to Coco Nord. No, I fear this mindless barbarism may have wiped out the elusive creature entirely. Sightings of towering luminosity. A willow person. It's a long story. One non-specialist. They're not people, really. Some argue they aren't really animals. They're very, very thin. Almost flat, in fact. And can camouflage themselves easily. Wrapping themselves around trees and blending in with the tree. You probably have. Gary and I painted an entire grove's worth of trees in slow-drying paint. After waiting in hiding for hours, I chased it with a net, not...
A lavender shadow.
I know you think we were snacking on funny mushrooms. It's easier to mock. Furthermore, I'm not saying it was a confirmed sighting. I'm painfully aware of what goes into verifying such things. There is a serious... Confirmed. It's 100% verified and meets all the No offense, officer. Me? I'm not a people person. By all means.
The yellow man. That sounds awfully...
I'm just waiting for my friend Morel to finish up with his insect traps so we can return to civilization. I like nature, just not this bloody coast. It's mostly drunks and degenerates that come here. Dark times will do that too.
Serious question time. This man is no innocent.
My mug? Why would you think that? Oh, no, that's not... Why would I be calling to a broken mug? Okay, I admit it. I threw the mug away in the You're not going to find me, are you? Whew. Thank you. I don't know what got into me, really.
What did you do, Gary?
Nothing. Nothing.
Here we go. Start pumping that sweet info.
Officer, please. Let me I was only cleaning up. I live right across the yard from where he was hanged, and I saw him stripped naked. All the clothes. Then I came out to clean up the rags because no one else would. Okay. I was coming to throw the mug away and...
Right. It was just...
Exactly.
As he shifts uncomfortably, a series of clicks, like the clinking of glass beads against one another as they roll across a hardwood floor. You've heard this sound before.
I know a guy who works with the trash collection services, so I can use the Whirling's trash compactor to store my own stuff. Garbage disposal is expensive as hell. I'm sorry, okay? I thought I could cut...
Disgraced. No need for...
He studies his reaction. Gary doesn't answer.
What sound? Really? There's lots of weird stuff out here in...
Every day, the wind shifts the reeds and what...
Armor? No. I mean...
An infant could see his... There's something going on here. You should observe him more.
I hope I could help your...
Don't be so relieved yet, Gary. This bad cop may have been in your apartment, admiring your mug.
I told you everything I know, sir. I'm truly sorry for the mug, but I have nothing to do with that.
He's not feeling too comfortable in his own skin. Odd, I'd say. Uncomfortable shifting around doesn't make him the killer, though. It's something else.
Sure do.
His eyes narrow slightly. He's wondering where this is going.
How? But why were you in my apartment, officer? So you work for Everard Clare? What have I done?
As he lowers his tone, he hunches his back.
The article about the businesses? How does he know I won't cause any more trouble?
This scared him proper.
The weather vane has turned.
He clearly liked his squirming. He may even have changed his mind about the whole door-opening operation.
Not many Sealites here.
Do you remember how, when we met Measurehead and I said the next racist will be a really good one? Well, this is that racist.
I don't know who that is, but all I meant was there are not many Sealites around here.
The lieutenant looks up.
Oh no, nothing like that. Definitely not scheming. Not many
Do you remember how, when we met Measurehead? Well, this is that racist.
Hey, man, all I meant was there are not many Sealites around here. No. No problem at all. Not many...
Do you remember how, when we met Measurehead? Well, this...
Hey, man... Oh, yes. Of course he is. I was just speaking about his... connections. No. I help...
There probably is a follow-up to this, but you can't think of any. Doesn't matter. That shirt looks very uncomfortable on him. Yes, like a piece of ceramic armor, for example.
I knew you'd figure it out. I was ashamed of what I did. and I didn't...
We're not detecting falsehood.
Gary!
What? Later, Morale.
No, you've got explaining to do.
Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and I was watching them do it. And so I went there to take out the trash and started cleaning. Only the cuirass was left. So I stripped it off him. It was early in the...
It's okay.
I'm so fucking sorry I called you Yellow Man.
It's difficult to say what the Lieutenant thinks of this historic apology.
I always thought it was the Union, but I sure as...
This is all he knows. He sighs again, hangs his head, and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass that... But so... This is it. This will protect your...
Yes, absolutely.
We'll be on our way, sir. Hell no. I had no idea.
Thanks. Always a pleasure. I mean, officer.
There's a trap in the reeds at your feet. Looks like the same one behind you. The ruins of... When this district was booming, the reeds were kept at bay. Nothing. Locusts are crawling around in the trap.
Big surprise. Anyway, 1 down, 3 to go. No, you weren't.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one...
Correct. Meaning, this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle fire. The manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed after the revolution. The destructive...
Unable to piece together the big picture just now. The scattering of bullet holes looks like one giant smiling mouth. You see, I once brought a slogan used...
Hello. Isn't this a fine morning? Sure. What's on your mind? But of course. What else?
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you. Goodbye, officer.
Welcome back.
Yo, man. What's on your mind?
Aggressive, monotonous, but also somehow sacred.
Yes, what is it?
A better deal!
The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and complex wax painting. Have an interesting setup here, like kids preparing for a school science fair. It's pretty neat.
This? Oh, we're trying to see if we can come up with some cool new special effects to add to the visual aspect of our club experience. We tinker with things. Art, music. Some chemicals, when mixed, can blow up! Blow up! Not like, you know, in a dangerous way. Besides, did you know that smell experience?
Very big in
art circle.
Yes. Chemistry has...
The young man looks stuck.
I hope you get to experience one of our light small shows sometime, sir.
Feel free to come back later and have a blast with this exam.
A familiar apparatus lies among the reeds. The reeds sway. The wind picks up here, near the cape's end. This trap is also...
Another empty trap. Yep. The next one has a crab trapped in it. These are just crab traps, you do realize?
This is the trap Morel just set. Checking it out, the reeds by the abed. It's good the cryptozoologists left. The later it gets, the colder. Nothing but locusts in this trap as well.
Empty as all of them. One more of these and we're done. No, I'm fine. I didn't mean to complain.
Abigail. Don't call Abigail.
There's no you.
The drunk man. He does not sound well at all.
Don't you fucking call her. Don't. No.
There was little chance he'd be a
The legend! He's back. And firstly, I got smokes and piss and a little... Oh. You see, friend, man bought cigarettes, bought beer, even bought a bit of speed. Mm-hmm. Hook 'em and cook 'em, huh? The legend! He's back. And first, bottoms up, Captain.
Tequila? Of course. Drink first, story later. Not much, but it...
Hey, Spiral Boy.
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual. A founder/junior partner at a high-concept creative services agency. I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cultural incubator. I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm, but the burden of leadership, 22 full-time employees, an all-star team, a potentially historical, it did. With my truck, but now dreams are worn thin. One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's...
He's right. His eyes are clouded.
So I removed the keyring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different... I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality... Wet, okay? I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped. Ouch, indeed. Reality was looking round, so I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realized that I'd also forgotten my apartment key. I rang my neighbor's buzzers. It was late, and most of people are naturally wary of ad men, you see. One moment someone chats you. Just then, I experienced a moment of clarity. But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the... Anyway, long story short, life spiraled out of control. So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've ever... Tequila, I've thought about this series of events for...
Why didn't you go to...
Well, at one point they came to me, but, you know, I didn't have any idea. I can't say it increased my faith in the RCM. No offense, gentlemen. The hobo lifestyle definitely has some perks. But that charm wears off pretty quickly. Before you know it, you're wearing a shit. What's in a net?
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
Shut up, guys. I was once a reasonably high net worth. I used the profit. I developed the parrot. 22 full-time employees. It did. But now dreams are worn. One day I left...
He's right. His eyes are clouded.
So I removed the keyring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets. I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to... Wet. I made my way... Naturally, the situation required me to climb over... Whatever. So I made my way across the yard. I wish I were to... I rang my... People are natural... Just then, I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had the... But when I reached my office... Anyway... So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've... I don't remember you being such a dick. That doesn't mean you're wrong, though. Anyway, good fucking question, Tequila. I used to own my reality situation. Now I can't hang on to anything. Just last week I stole...
A lost jacket? Sounds like a mystery you could look at.
My agency, man. The Boom Boom Room. Our concept was... I convinced my partners to reinvest some of our profits in an even more high-concept cultural... I was financing a group of poets in East Revachol who were developing a new universal poetic language. But then it all went to shit. I know! It was fucking awesome! Too bad What? You've never seen 100%...
You really shouldn't touch it.
Pretty nice, huh? This might be one of the last of its kind. Should probably...
Good God. It's nearly impossible to describe how dirty this texture is. It's like... And then there's the smell.
Wow, you're lucky.
That's because your paws are fucking filthy, Rosie. We're right next to the bay. You could wash them anytime. My fellow members of the union...
Hey! Tequila!
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary.
I thought he was a cool cop.
A gurgling sound comes from the dark.
And yeah, you're already acquainted with abs. So yeah, that's tequila. It's a verifiable tragedy. Say, you're a detective, right? Maybe you can help old Doom Spiral out. Nah, this isn't it. Found? That's medium concept stuff. Totally not my It's a big world out there.
Hey, Doom Spiral. Ain't that the jackies?
Not on your fucking life, Rosemary. What's wrong with you people? Tell you what, Tequila. Why don't you just hang on to that?
At least you got a nice jacket for your troubles.
I do. But as you can see, my fuel tank is running quite low. If you catch my drift. Then I can't keep on telling the stories. What's in a name?
Hey, Spiral Boy.
Shut up, guys. I was once a reasonably high net worth. I used the I developed the paradigm. Worked with... It did. But now dreams are... One day I left...
He's right. His eyes are clouded.
So I removed the keyring and put the keys for the... I was halfway done with my usual lap. I made my way back. Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate. Reality was looking... So I made my way across the yard. I rang... People are naturally wary of admin. Just then, But when I reached my office, I remembered that... Anyway... So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? This would explain a lot. I always... God bless them, though. I'd be alone without them. And...
Okay, let's step aside. I've been meaning to have a little... It's just...
That's right. You're an entrepreneur of the peace. Here to disrupt legacy law enforcement with buzzwords and privatization schemes.
Oh, God. Don't start talking like those people. You know the expression, the clothes make the man? The right outfit in the right situation can make all the difference in the world. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Anyway, we should probably...
The legend! He's back. And firstly, bottoms up, Captain.
Tequila? Wonderful. Not much, but the tale I'm about to tell you is an urban legend particular to Martinez. There are many variations on the basic story, and the details often
Are you telling the story of the headless...
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary. Summer of 44. 17-year-old Gertrude Het is walking home from a late shift at the harbor. It's almost midnight.
The streets are warmed by a southerly breeze. The lights of a pass in the harbor's dark, her cigarette as a beacon, dancing alone. The image comes to you effortlessly, as though you'd walked the same streets yourself.
Our heroine finds herself enjoying the peace and quiet the canal provides. What she doesn't know is that her peace is about to be shattered. From behind her comes the clattering of hooves. Startled, she turns around, and what does she see? What? No, I told you this is a Martinez legend. It's a man.
The pause.
With no head on his shoulders. Wearing a found tracksuit, searching for the legendary found cap that went missing when he lost his head. If I hadn't lost my keys that one time, I'd agree with you. Gertrude Het may have been the first to witness the headless found rider.
Tell him about the two feminists.
Fuck, Rosemary, they were dating. No one said they were feminists. Everyone always misremembering this stuff.
This wouldn't be the De Ponte Delgado case.
What?
I read the case file.
Right. Early autumn of 46. Ula de Ponte and Eva Delgado are fishing near the waterlock long after the sun has set. The wind picks up. A sky already dark now blackens. Water starts falling from above. The first cold rain of...
Two women stand on a small outcropping of rocks. One of them is wearing a purple raincoat. Thin line.
The women are caught in the downpour. They act quickly. Eva gathers the rods whilst Ula turns around when she sees something. Her shriek is... But there is no lightning. Only a... Ula makes a run for the shore, but Eva slips on a... Her body is never recovered.
Naturally, Ula de Ponte became the prime suspect in the disappearance of Eva Delgado. De Ponte maintained during the investigation, it became apparent that there was a love triangle, the third party being some small-time businessman. I don't remember the exact details. The leading... No. She committed suicide before she could be taken into... Not a pretty secret.
Man, that's some grisly deed. Anyway, that's the story of the headless found rider. Pretty crazy, huh? Well, Tequila, that's part of the legend. Some say he was an undercover cop who blew his cover and got beheaded by the vicious gang he had infiltrated.
Oh, headless brother.
Others claim he was a professional jockey who veered off course during a steeplechase, ended up in...
Even decapitation couldn't stop his commitment to the sport.
Personally, I think he was just some guy who hanged himself from a really tall tree, and coincidentally, at that exact moment, a horse happened to pass under him, and his beheaded corpse mounted it, where it remains to this day.
For some reason, this does strike you as the most plausible theory of them all.
Anyway, to each his own. You want to hear any others? Yeah? Why don't you go eat shit, Tequila? There's no way you know a better one than that. Giants? That the best you got?
Hard to argue with that.
That's the reality situation for you. No one knows. Some say
He won't, though. Because...
I saw him one night when I was right shit-faced.
He breathed.
The tale, there are many...
Are you telling us...
Shut the fuck...
The streets are warmed by in the harbor's dark.
Our heroine... What she doesn't know is that her peace is about to be shattered. Well, yes.
The pause.
With no head on his shoulders. Yes. Gertrude Het may...
Tell him about the two...
Fuck, Rosemary, they would... What?
I read the case file.
Right. The wind picked...
Two women stand.
The women are caught in... When she sees... But there is... Ula makes a run... Her body is never recovered. Word on the street is that she... You know, gave herself...
That part.
See? Anyway, that's the story. No one knows.
He won't, though.
I saw him one night when I
actually do have one. The string... Do you have anything to fortify old Doom Spiral? It's very hard to tell a story when one... Tequila. Tequila.
The legend! Bottoms up, Captain.
Tequila sun. Wonderful. Not much. This last one is the most I've never heard it mentioned outside of here. At first, I thought it was a joke, to be honest. But I've been on the coast.
A shovel hits the sand somewhere behind the reeds, near an abandoned construction yard. The young men look over their shoulders suspiciously. The sound of their digging seems loud in the sudden silence.
Hey, hey! Fuck you. Magic animals? No, man. No, Tequila. Most people already know where they live. It's guys like all kinds. I've seen archaeologists, gangsters, even a bunch of ad agency types. I'm telling you, Tequila, this thing... You know, obsessive types. Some of those expeditions come back after a week or so, looking... The first time I saw one of these expeditions, I thought they were fucking with me.
Wait.
I'm not even sure I should be telling you this story, to be perfectly honest. You're in a fragile state. Okay, fine, I'll tell you. But I'm warning you, it's pretty out there. There was this designer. His exact name is lost to history, but in life, he... That is...
He existed, all right. You feel it deep. I'm talking about...
Anyway, sometime later, he started his own personal studio here in Martinez. And that's when he started working on some really wild stuff. But then, something turned. You see, it's widely known that nose candy and pioneer graphic design work go hand in hand. You've got to understand, the work this guy was doing was so high. Now, as you might imagine, snorting that much coke...
Right. Wrong. All day.
Hey, Tequila, pay attention. The story goes that one day he was balls deep in work on what he thought would be his pièce de résistance. Apparently the idea was too high concept even for this genius. He dropped dead right at his desk before he could finish. His last words are recorded to have been, "It's as white as a blizzard of cocaine." I know, Tequila, I know. But the story doesn't end there. Supposedly, when they performed the autopsy, the coroner discovered... That's right. 250 grams of blow had accumulated in there over the years. We're talking high-grade Saramaritsian pure. There are those who believe the designer was buried with this quarter key of nose candy still lodged in his sinuses. That's what those
The cocaine skull.
The cocaine skull. Here's the kicker. This designer, this Lee, that's why he brought his studio here, back to where it all began. And that's why they buried him here, too. Or probably further down the coast, or in some yard in Martinez proper. A hidden mausoleum.
No, my grandma always told me his grave lay somewhere on the islets on the bay.
This is ludicrous, and physically impossible.
My only question is, where does one get a shovel?
The archaeologists say they want to put it in a museum, the gangsters say they want to sell it on the black market, and the ad agency guys say they're seeking inspiration.
Bullshit. They just want to snort it. But you could beat them.
I'm pretty sure they all...
And why wouldn't they, eh? Sounds like right strong stuff.
Don't listen to him or his...
No, my grandma told me. I've heard other people say it too. That it's underwater.
Or maybe it's in the air.
In a pyramid? Now that would be something.
They're pretty vague about it in general. The archaeologists act all official about it, saying they're conducting serious research. The junkies, for some reason, are pretty upfront about it.
Honest men on an honest quest.
By now, I'd say I know about as much about it as anyone on the coast. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on just a minute.
What?
For one, the way is blocked by that big log. And second, Outfitting an expedition like that is expensive. It's just not feasible within the economic and temporal frame of our current setup. Matter of fact,
I have to agree. We barely have what we need to solve the case we've got now. We can't afford to run around chasing after quasi-mythical pieces of drug paraphernalia. Besides, it would look extremely bad for the RCM to be caught up in something that has the word...
Wait, maybe there's another way.
yeah, well, that's the reality situation for you. Not that I can think of. That might be the case.
It takes you a moment. The reeds bend forlornly to the constant, distant song. Louder, the trap feels light and silent, no locus.
Well, the bait worked on something.
The netting is a little untidy, messier than the others. Like someone or something picked up the trap and shook it before dropping it back down on the ground.
Perhaps our cryptozoologists have competition in the form of an actual entomologist, or someone else is sabotaging them. I could present more theory, okay. But after that we get back to our...
A drop in temperature, an easy flow there. An empty street. Before you, a thoroughfare, chemically sweetened. The road is smooth and motley. Craters filled with a black... A tub warm with water. White with number 312D. Young girls used to come here, huddled up, hoping for... Craters pocked the surface. Children played in them, until there's one bump on the road. A dead dog lies flat about 2. Tragedy comes from the wheels of a fast RCM vehicle, hurrying to work. The wind moves the aerosol. The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a...
Yes. Yes.
This one does...
Lily-da, Mum.
The stone kicker. The other one laughs. The stone kicking isn't even a very high caliber.
Good. You're stupid.
Just a second ago, the first one was laughing. You've checked all the traps. You've checked all the traps now. A scattering of bullet holes is spread.
Hi, gendarme. Another rendezvous. I am. So are you. What brings you here? Oh yes, let's see. He knocked on my door a few days after the lynching. I think he was muscular, handsome. Nothing. That I didn't see anything. Why shouldn't he? What friend? No, I don't think it came up. Yes, but he was speaking to someone on his earpiece. Yes, you know those tiny just reporting back whatever I was telling him. Let me think. He sounded vaguely Oranese. No, not vaguely. Sure. Anything else on your mind? You did? And how did you like him? I told you, he can be very useful. I guess that's the charm of powerful people. He has keys. And he likes the view. To the sea, I mean. What about me, gendarme? Admiring the atmosphere. What about you, officer? Well, here's to you.
It's the sports. He's a sports guy. All about that physical prowess and athletic.
Bye-bye, gendarme.
Again?
He might be wearing a disguise.
Yes, it's a hobby of mine.
I'm not.
I'm going to say no. God fucking shit.
Okay, I was clearly wrong.
You're not going to... Yes, sir. Just some regular bar... Neither can I, partner. Again? I can't... Okay, why not? So, do you know who hanged him? Yeah, I can see that. I don't know. Oh my god, there's more.
Yes? What is it? That...
That was horrible. Truly...
Jean, it's not...
She actually did.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my...
I knew it.
I'm not surprised.
Well, in that case, sweetie, let me give you a small token of my gratitude. It's a tie.
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian.
Oh, you don't want to...
Ramblings.
But, darling,
You were a child, my dear. Really.
Reflexively.
Well, it was summer. I was building a racing track out of sand on the beach near a tall stand. I'm getting ahead of myself. The strangest moment of my life. I looked up and one of the reeds.
She had no fear.
I didn't know this can happen, so I reached my arm and touched the thing. It felt just like I tried, but I was only a child. There was mud and I ran back home to my grandmother and asked her if reeds could walk, and told her they were looking at me. For years, it was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress boys.
We were on a date. Can you imagine? She tells me a story.
It did, yes.
The way it moved, the colour, how some of its limbs were white, like if it weren't for Lena, I might have given up hope years ago. It's no exaggeration to say that she restored...
It's hard to say how big things are when you're quite small yourself. To me...
Not all of them. There is some white coloration reported, along with...
Our first, yes.
I thought it was a wonderful story, ma'am.
But I don't believe it. A child left unattended on a warm day. Children make...
You're welcome, sweetie. I do appreciate the chance to relate...
You know...
Of course, officers. Is there a... No. It's the cryptid. The eight-eyed teratorn, the largest flying avian ever discovered, with a wingspan of 11.5 meters. It was...
Mutation? All of evolution is a mutation.
Until it was sighted by renowned Gotvaldian explorer, and it happened on a botanical expedition into the vast and unexplored Oamrao Canyon, the world's largest canyon system, sweetie. It's a barren alone in the blasted desert heat. The doctor wandered eastward, where he was lost without any navigation equipment, and every now and then the bird would dive down to feed on an animal carcass somewhere on the horizon. But by the time...
Eat the bird. Uva. It's the only way to survive.
Yes, or rather, hunting. A bird that big has a lot of blood in it, and he was dying of thirst. The professor climbed up there with a rock in his hand. He found the bird sleeping with...
Watch out.
Then, the teratorn suddenly looked at him. He could see it had 8 eyes, 4 on either side of its skull. The bird was controlling his mind. It kept him from approaching. He could step back, but every time he stepped forward, paralysis. Uva spent 3 days trying, and the 8-eyed Teratorn was indifferent to him, as long as he didn't get closer than 2 steps. It even let him feed on some carcasses up there. And the 2 unfertilized, absolutely, sweetie. Crypto's
Modern radar telemetry shows great promise. We will.
This one I liked. Not only does it have 8 eyes, and is a living fossil, and the largest bird ever to live, it also does mind control.
Sadly, yes, but there are numerous reports of 8-eyed bird skulls from Il Mara. And then there's the striking resemblance.
Very.
This one's very famous. Everyone knows it. People will be looking at that tie on you and thinking, that man is into cryptids.
Hey, you promised you'd only ask about one cryptid.
The lieutenant paused.
Ah, fuck it.
Well, the most dangerous cryptid is thought to have been the Gnome of Jeroma. None of its victims survived, or even relatives. It was reportedly a small creature with webbed fingers and a protruding forehead, and a couple of campers found it when it was already dying. They heard an odd wailing in the woods and followed the sound. It still took the Gnome of Jeroma an entire day to die.
If the body of the creature was found, why aren't there detailed...
Alas, the first scientist who got his hands on the creature's corpse put instead all the venom leaked out of the creature's teeth and into the surrounding liquid, dissolving the creature itself. A poetic end, perhaps, but a real loss for science. Cryobacter catlensis. Yes, a unicellular bacterium that was discovered in one of the northern... bacterial colony Mijanu found had remained alive while frozen in ice for longer than anyone could reliably estimate. Mijanu disappeared shortly after injecting herself with the bacteria she had brought back to study. No doubt in hopes of prolong... Yes, the bacteria had survived in the ice.
It's actually a little hard to see, but do go on.
Yes, and she's quite mad, too. After she treated herself with the... We can assume that she has been living somewhere in the wilderness for decades now, all alone except for the cryobacter catlensis. Yes, the bacterial Mijanu disappeared shortly after injecting herself. Mijanu did... Everyone thought the bacteria had driven her mad. What an interesting question.
Of course. All fairy tales have someone or something invisible in them. Okay, I won't spoil your fun.
It's the Col de Mama d'Aqua. Its name means thin whisper of sound, and that's precisely what it is. Self-replicating sound waves, invisible and intangible. The Col de Mama is very afraid of us, which makes it like nothing. It's such a high-pitched...
Fine, I'll bite.
Many scientists have asked the same question. Some have claimed that it isn't itself a sound, but a tiny corpuscle. Plenty. It's the evidence that led to its discovery. When playing back recordings they had made in the foothills of the Ea mountain range, the scientists soon discovered they could track and even predict what appeared to be feeding, mating, and migration patterns based on sound waves in a strictly delimited range of ultrasonic frequencies. They realized that they had discovered a new species and called it the Col de Mama d'Aqua. They grew quite obsessed with these little birds. Even though they couldn't sequester, time, Joscan, those are but some of the Mama d'Aqua they followed individually. That is a sad story. A group of universities, they tried to communicate with it and had no other means but sound. So they started sending out sound waves at frequencies they thought exactly And these tests were performed so After that, the corpuscle appears to have migrated elsewhere. There have been recordings of an...
Of course. A common thread in these. Disappearance and unfalsifiability.
I'm glad you did, dear. What about what? Of course, dear.
I could... Good. Okay. And? Completely empty?
Surprise, tempered with...
No locusts?
That's not ideal.
It just means the Insulindian...
Of course, more.
Yes. The Phantasmadeia picked off the locusts and escaped.
Another trip to the reeds.
Of course. Be sarcastic. Actually, no. Excuse me for getting emotional. This is a big deal.
Heartfelt gratitude. Some kind of foul play might...
Thank you, it's an honor. We should...
Helping cryptozoologists isn't really a priority for our organization, is it? Consider the way the empty trap was disturbed. As though...
Kids. What?
Oh, my dear Morel. You've been an old man for too long.
Delinquents.
Oh, you've been such a dear to us.
Well, I see you've got all the help you need. I'll see you tonight at my place.
Really, Gary? We're getting somewhere.
Lena, I'm sorry, but you're not getting anywhere. It was some... Morel, it's been fun. Really.
No. No need to apologize.
Another thing, yes?
Kuno does...
Oh my god!
Shut up, Sid!
Now they're gonna take you to Lane Prison! Deny everything!
Kuno's not gonna...
There's definitely something going on here. Remember his pig's head shack?
Kuno doesn't fuck...
All around you, the hisses and chirps of locusts.
Well, detective, it appears of the locusts. For the missing locust case, which is a sub-case of the Yes. I feel we are nearing a real breakthrough. If anything, the presence of the locust points to the opposite. But what do I know? I'll let you handle the...
Fuck does Kuno care? Yeah. Kuno took the bugs, so what? It's not Bugtown. It's the city of locusts.
Stop!
You stop. It's like they're fucking...
The girl forces herself. The lameness is causing her physical pain. The damage.
Maybe I am.
Oh, Kuno! It's so lame, even the pig knows it's lame. Please stop!
Yo, fuck you, see? Kuno can be what Kuno wants to be. Kuno's his own man. Kuno's free. Kuno made himself into Kuno. Kuno can make himself into anything.
Oh, don't make yourself into a pig, Kuno. You'll have to take me away.
Without a word, for once, the boy is... Use this momentary confusion to take control of the situation.
I don't give a shit. I don't need...
The girl's face appears again.
It don't mean anything. It's shit. Kuno just likes to focus. Kuno likes to concentrate on shit. Build shit, pig. You really shouldn't have fucked with Kuno City. Now it's all fucking lame. Kuno's gonna let the fucking locusts die. The fuck are they trying to catch anyway? With the traps? The fuck out of here. Kuno's...
So it...
Thank you for telling us, sweetie. This is good.
She acts chipper, but...
Yeah, you're right. We just need to restock the...
He has a 38-degree fever.
Darling, I told you to take it easy.
You're right, you're right. We can come back next season, when it's warmer.
We are getting really carried away with this, aren't we? Fine, it's better.
He wants to see this tale through as much as you. Otherwise, he'd have stopped this already.
Really? It's too...
What Morel means is...
Here's a fresh batch of locusts. They should slide right down the funnel. And thank you again. We will definitely mention you.
Wow. Co-discovery. You'd be thankful. This would show them all. We need to get you on that list of...
It's you again. A witness? That's just contactis, Titus. Well?
He's not alarmed by the sudden appearance of a witness, but he is surprised.
It's like you said, Al. Coppers come. I've seen this shit a million times, Titus. Fly fishing.
It's you assholes that feel...
Yeah. It's like they...
Damn, they were...
Arabagate? Boss.
That means
What is this?
It means the whole scene was... Shanky. It's Shanky.
You don't know shit.
I know you are lying, Shanky.
Great witness.
Okay, maybe it doesn't feel like this did anything to them, but they have to be fretting a little. Everyone is afraid of witnesses. Witness is a scary word.
It's you again. What is it?
I don't know what went wrong the last time. You have...
That is absolutely not going to... No. God, no. But I didn't say anything.
What are they whispering?
I don't know. Some kind of bitch fight, I think. Hey, bitches!
So, you put the gun in your mouth for the other guy. Couldn't even get it in your hand for me. This is bullshit. We'll never convince them without a...
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.
The trap stands empty amongst...
Fantastic.
The locusts, they're not really going to get the chance.
Good. Now that's done. Don't answer that.
He doesn't want to. But if there is one more cryptozoological runner,
Thank you for doing. Morel still isn't feeling well. I convinced him to stay at Gary's to get some rest. I'm afraid the cold has really gotten to him. I'm sorry, dear.
her voice is shaky.
Morel will eventually.
The lieutenant stares at his shoe, caked in mud. He doesn't say anything.
That really is too much.
Fuck that cough. It's not happening. The insides of your lungs are lined with tobacco, a powerful antibacterial.
Different? How? I'm in doubt, sweetie. It's,
And when a police officer...
Do you ever wonder, seeing the insulin, Morel's so proud of it. He always tells everyone. No, sweetie. There's more to it than that. That I'm some queen of... But now, we're both getting old and he's still...
The lieutenant opens his notebook, but doesn't write anything.
I'm not sure of anything. Sometimes, either way, I should go. Poor Morel is running a fever and I need to get him home to Jamrock before we open.
Really?
Oh, sweetie. Please don't get stuck on a dream. Take it from me and Morel. Okay? It's 1113 Tabernacle Road. Oh no, thank you, but I can get there on my own. This old thing is gas-powered. You too, sweetie. Thank you for everything, truly. Even though it turned out to be a...
Like that, she drives off. The gas engine enters quietly as she gets to the doors, then pushes them open. Outside, it's snowing.
We should go too.
The trap stands empty. The locusts, dazed from they're not really going to get the
Good. Now that's... Don't answer that.
He doesn't want to.
Yes? What is it? Of course I'm with him. Why do you ask? The sooner you figure this hanging out, the sooner everyone can go. Of course I'm with him.
You're an asshole.
Please, let's not turn this into a...
Hello, dear. It's good to see you familiar. Thank you for doing. Morel still isn't feeling well. I'm sorry, dear. Morel will avenge.
The lieutenant stares at his shoe, caked in mud. He doesn't say.
That really is too
Very strange. Why is she not letting you do this?
different. It's,
And when a police officer...
do you ever... Seeing that Morel's so proud of it, he always tells it, no, sweetie, there's more to it that I'm some...
That I am a...
But now...
The lieutenant opens his notebook, but doesn't write anything. But it has, hasn't it? I see it has a taste you're quite familiar with.
Hello, dear. Thank you for doing that. Morel still isn't feeling well. I'm sorry, dear. Morel will eventually...
The lieutenant stares at...
That really is...
Very strange. Why is she not letting you do...
different. It's,
And when a police officer asks...
do you ever... see Morel's so proud of it? No, sweetie, that I'm some...
That I am a...
But now...
The lieutenant opens his notebook, but doesn't write anything. But it has, hasn't it?
Again? I'm going to say no. Okay?
Jean.
Okay, I was clearly wrong.
Let's be crazy. Let's say you and I are partners. How's that for a thought experiment? None taken, my friend. None taken. And the conclusion is that a man with your caliber should form his own one.
This isn't helping.
Neither can I, partner. Neither can... Yes, it's a hobby of mine. Okay, why not? So, do you know who... I don't know. Oh my god, there's more. You want...
Hello, dear. Thank you for doing that, dear. Morel still... I'm sorry, dear. Morel will avenge...
The lieutenant stares at...
That really is too much, sweetie.
Very strange. Why is she not letting you do this?
Different? How? It's,
And when a police officer...
do you ever... seeing Morel's so proud of... No, sweetie, that I'm some...
That I am a queen?
But now...
The lieutenant opens his notebook, but doesn't write anything. But it has, hasn't it?
Hello, dear. Thank you for doing... Morel still isn't feeling... I'm sorry, dear. Morel will eventually...
The lieutenant stares.
That really is too much, sweetie.
Very strange. Why...
different. I'm not. It's,
And when a police officer asks,
do you ever... Seeing the... Morel's so proud of it. He always... No, sweetie, that I'm some queen.
that I am a queen,
But now...
the lieutenant opens his notebook, but doesn't write. An acorn is not the same as the tree. That requires time, diligence, and care.
But it is. We've spent years searching for... If I hadn't led him down this path, he could have a steady job lecturing at a university. But if the dream comes to naught, I was a paraplegic before we met. He didn't know before I arrived. On our first...
She has to swallow to relax her throat. It's keeping her from talking.
Maybe. But then why do I not dare tell him? What you have to know is the Insulindian phasmid probably does not exist. Let us fools chase our ghosts. There are a million... Hello, dear. Thank you for doing... Morel still isn't feeling... I'm sorry, dear. You've had... Morel will have it.
The lieutenant stares at...
That really is...
Very strange. Why is she...
different. How? It's,
And when a police officer asks,
do you ever... Seeing the... Morel's so proud... No, sweetie. That I'm some queen...
that I am a queen,
But now...
the lieutenant opens his notebook, but an acorn is not the same as the tree. That requires time, diligence.
But if I hadn't led him down... Oh, of course it counts for something. I was a paraplegic.
She has to swallow to relax her throat. It's keeping her from talking.
Maybe. But what you have to know is the Insulindian phasmid probably does not exist. I'm not sure of anything. Either way, I should go. Poor Morel is running a fever and I need to get him home.
Really?
Oh, sweetie. Okay, it's... Oh no, thank you, but I can get there on my own. This old thing is gas-powered. You too, sweetie.
A dream. Like that, she drives off. The gas tank sputters quietly as she gets to the doors, then pushes them open. Outside, it's snowing.
We should go too.
Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center. You're at home, stupid cop. Not with the art crowd. You hate them. Everyone hates them. Even they hate themselves. It's nauseating. An industry built on sprezzatura.
It's you again.
It's you again. What is it?
I don't know what went wrong the last...
What the hell are you talking about? Look around, cop. I don't know, boss.
You won't hear it.
These working class oafs don't know.
It's you again. What is it?
I don't know what went wrong the last time. You have so many good ideas here. Make them all see they're puppets on a string. Those are the other guys. My shit is solid gold. You can trust me. Oh, you don't like these arguments? Let's see you come up with your own then. Come on, everyone's waiting. Where are they?
What fucking story?
A story that fits the occasion, of course.
No, there is no story.
Fair enough. I was just gonna make it up on the way. Here comes the other good ideas.
That is absolutely not going to happen. But I didn't say anything.
What do they whisper?
I don't know. Some kind of bitch fighting. It's you again. What is it?
I don't know what went wrong the last...
It's you again. What is it?
I don't know what went wrong the last time. You have so many good... Those are the other guys. That's right. Titus is ready. Pussy boy. What the hell is going on here? That doesn't sound trustworthy at all.
The fucking what now? You mean the barman?
No. There's no way...
Yeah.
Boss, I think...
Yeah.
Okay then. Your fault. You were one cock carousel away from breaking the case.
Are you okay?
Bob, sounds like you're on some...
No, he's not. Officer, look at me. I need to see if your face is drooping.
Yeah. You don't look.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of the acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed. You know, like the bits they put into public piss bowls. Probably called Fermi Discrete or Axel. If you knew it was dunked in the toilet before getting chucked into the trash, why you sniff? So you wanted to get in on the trash toilet stink collab. Find out what happens when those... Yeah. Turns out your nose doesn't like self-indulgent literal shit. Without resistance or sap, the words just crossed your mind. Who do you think? You.
It's you again. What is it?
I don't know what went wrong the last time. You have so many good ideas here. Make them all see they're puppets on a string.
It's you again. What is it?
Convince Titus he's being manipulated? Bad idea. Bringing her up, but you know someone who might. Fat Angus, the powerful guy. Just remember, it's about more than Glasia. It's about these men and Martinez. Outside, in the midday sun, ruins. The pavements are cracked and the bed...
Huh?
He'll get it. Go on.
Got it. Kill you because they don't like you. All because...
Bring that up one more time, and you won't get to write that report.
The man's fists under the table are ball.
Yes, I understand, Alain. That's your name, right, Alain? You'll kill us. That's what they do in the wild north.
It wasn't that. It wasn't... We didn't hit him, okay?
That's it. That's the...
Officer, you will be next.
Firearm. A glass 08 or a third. He's onto you. He knows what you're trying to do.
You just killed yourself, like I said you would. Suicide.
Suddenly, the most terrible. To your right, you sense the air move. You only manage to perform one more movement. An instinctive jerk to your left. Was that? Could it be the Col de Mamadakwa? There seems to be. Honestly, your ear isn't hearing a whole lot. There it is again. Yeah, but how? It must be very close. Keep still. What are you doing? You're a police officer, not a pansy ornithologist. The only birds you should be...
No, I don't hear the...
Of course he doesn't. He's deaf. Oh no. No. Too late. It's gone. So it does. just dead and dying locusts. A few locusts trudge along the wall of the trap. The trap is filled with dead and dying locusts. Most of the trap is full of locusts, but they seem weak and unhealthy.
It's you again.
I don't know what went wrong the last time. You have so... The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of... You take the legal documents out of the envelope. You take the legal documents out of the envelope.
It's you again. What is it?
I don't...
It's you again. What is it?
I don't know what went wrong the last time.
It's you again. What is it?
Convinced Titus is being manipulated, but you know someone who might. Fatek, just remember it's about outside in the... He'll get...
Huh? Got it. Kill you because they don't like you. All be...
Goddamn right, this is Union Town. You work for the company, we will kill you.
Fuck, Dennis. We don't kill you if you work for the company. Half the harbor works for the company.
Work for the wrong company, and they execute you.
It wasn't that. It wasn't...
That's it. That's the weak one. You flushed him out.
Officer, you will.
Firearm. A glass of... He's onto you. He knows what you're trying to do. The lieutenant has put down his note. What? What? Go for it. The lieutenant has his eyes set on the fat guy. Push Angus. We're almost there.
We didn't kill him. We didn't even hang him.
Shut up, Angus!
Fatty! Say one more thing to the cops and I'll...
Dennis, stand down, or I'll beat your head in. Theo, take your hand off the belt. The
room falls quiet.
Angie, where's your goddamn...
I left it home.
Why are you so fucking fat, Angus? Now it's all pointless. Because of you. You wasted my time.
Lizzie, your help is no longer needed here.
Fine. I'll tell him. After a long walk along the coast.
You're in. What just happened between these two? He nods.
You hanged the corpse to cover up the real...
We're not sure. Probably a bullet.
The coroner and his assistant are wrapped in blue. Hands covered in blue gloves. Mouths covered by blue masks. Bodies by blue aprons.
'Cause the girls asked us to.
Did she kill him?
Cop, I have no idea. The Classier came down. She seemed really out of it. Drugged up. Even it looked like she'd redosed after something went down. I've seen that look before. She was scared. I knew someone had died. I've done this job for 10 years. I've seen it before. It's the politician in the motel room with the dead hook.
Good analogy, boss.
You don't get to talk yet, Shanky. You're still...
That's okay with the fat man, still wheezing there.
We went upstairs. Sure as day the Merc was dead. Tibbs patched the window. And the corpse. Yeah. He's my brother. He's in the window replacement business. You may have noticed our girl's in some shit of her own. They can't show up on police radar kind. There are people after. They're powerful. Connected to the moral intern. She's clear.
And why would you help someone like that?
Why would I? I guess we abide all sorts of runaways and losers here. It's a Martinez thing. Not yet. Just some ideas. She says the shot came from outside. Behind the window somewhere. I'm thinking someone's passed.
Hers, you mean?
I mean the people after Clausia. Maybe they...
I like that. Been thinking the same thing myself.
My dude. One of those mercenary buddies of his could have done it. Tell you what I'd do. Check out the coast for vantage points. Maybe consult with a ballistics buddy of mine. That's what I'd do. If I wasn't too busy, in a manner of speaking. We had help from another girl. It was her idea to hang him. Fella, you think too much. He's off.
A little too far there.
That woman is just affiliated with the Hardy Boys. You don't know her, anyway. We're Hardy Boys, and that's it. Glad you understand that. You do that.
Suddenly, the wind picks up outside.
She, Clausia, came to Martinez to hide. Many of us did. That's right. If we didn't take care of the people who end up here, this place would just be...
We'll take that into account.
This window is pristine on the inside, smooth as... Following your lead, the lieutenant leans in closer to inspect the circle.
Looks like it, yes.
Something in her demeanor has changed.
It's always good to see you. I understand.
Just like that. No resistance. Her shoulders are slouched, her feet long and straight.
I knew there was a chance you'd get them to tell you, for what it's worth.
If you knew we would find out.
Because of the Hardys. I couldn't just dispense with them. They were only trying to help me.
Is she implying the Hardy boys are the law?
I know that. But the people around here, they don't see it that way. And if I am to stay here...
I am not.
You're right. You answer to the coalition government. And by extension...
Briefly glancing over her shoulder to where the cold oceanic expanse lies. And behind it, another world.
You share a database with them. You send people to their courts. Just business. But bad business for some people in the moral intern.
What happens if they do?
They will kill me, sir. If you file my name, well, then I'm fucked. For nothing. This murder didn't have anything to do with me. Because I'm an idiot.
Which is an indicator of truth.
You have to understand, the people around here, no one was made.
Her jaw is clenched.
He kept throwing stones at him for 3 days. I could hear the thud, thud. So I called you. I hope with all my heart it's not nice, but it's not illegal. Not here in Ravishal.
What exactly did you do?
Industrial espionage. I joined a business collective with the intention of betraying with a bigger company. The kind you really, really don't...
I need the names of the companies involved.
The job was Louisdouen County Savings Bank. They sound small, but they're part of the Louis Scott conglomerate. That was the second job.
But she really...
As to who hired me for the job, I don't know. But they're after me too. Along with Louis Scott and their friends in the MI. Once you're done in the competitive intelligence circuit, you don't have allies. You're radioactive. Sure, I'm not a war criminal, but it was bad. A lot of people got hurt. But that's just more of my shit you shouldn't have to deal with. You're solving a murder. We were there. Together. Okay. He was in a kneeling position. He had just entered me. I was on my back. I turned back to him. His eyes were looking through me, and his mouth was open. Dumb. I could...
A great pain moves.
I knew he was dead. Before he fell down on top of me. He was heavy. I pushed him off and he fell to the floor. There. He only had his boots on. I bit the pillow, not to scream. Then ran downstairs. I waited for the second shot to come. For me.
She's forgotten about her cigarette. The butt has burned right down to her fingernails.
Oh. Yeah. It was...
What time was this? When did it...
11:30 to 12:15.
It's okay. Were you...
Not as much as usual. He'd done a...
Wait. Titus said she was gurning her jaw off. Much more than usual.
Oh, yeah. I did one of...
Good thinking. Clear your head.
Did you hear or see the shooter?
No. Nothing. I was trapped. I was stuck in my room downstairs. I got some clothes on and he was still on the floor, slouched. I couldn't be there with him anymore. So I ran down and out of my room, into the hallway, down the stairs. I knew there would be people. Sylvie was tending the bar. A lot of people were there. The Hardys were at the table in front of the stage. Ruby was there too. They were having such a good time. I sat down and they all welcomed me. I didn't even have to say anything.
Ruby?
Ruby.
The leader?
The Hardy Boys. Well, nominally, yes. Ruby's the one they go to when things happen.
This Ruby, in her phrasing, is in...
Would you say she is the 8th?
Why not? Well, Ruby said let's talk upstairs. I showed her the room. I've known these people since December. She said she'd take care of this. It's what she does, you know, take care of things. I helped.
To produce lividity?
Yes.
We completely missed the tampering. Looks like you got there.
Oops.
About 20, yes. Ruby explained it would make the blood... You know what he does. Ruby went outside to talk to Titus and the boys. I was just looking at Lely. It took Ruby maybe half an hour to come back with Titus. I'd gotten him. Ruby said to wait here. She also said I wouldn't see her for a while. I don't know.
We will need to take this question to the Hardy Boys.
When he was shot? I may have. I don't know. I couldn't hear any. That's the first thing that went through my head. I thought they'd found me. They've killed him to punish me. All last week, so they wouldn't be hurt. I've come to understand, however, this is paranoia. What happened, or...
We can't go after loot.
I don't ask you to, Lieutenant. But there's one thing I know. It's last week. Angus and Titus's brother, I think he's...
She nods. He's thinking, are we done here? But we are awake, sire. She has been forthcoming. If you have doubts, just give us one example. Who is this personhood picking these seditious options? Stop staring at her eyes and say something pertinent. It looks like this one's not waking up. You'll have to do it without pushing her further. At least... Arno van Eyck. Okay, so Egghead is clearly not Van Eyck in disguise. Van Eyck is an Oranese disc jockey, but those people get around, especially in Revachol, in the clubs on Boogie Street. Perhaps he stayed here for a short stint and discarded part of the song he was working on. Just threw it away.
It's you. Why? Sounds like you wanna push this. Ruby's one of us. We're not.
And fuck you too, moral
Ruby is missing.
That's nothing. That's just legalese.
I think we'll keep sticking around, Titus. You'll be surprised at how quickly a theory...
Nothing is happening. The pieces are there, but they remain...
It's you again. What is it? Why? You're cuckoo, cop.
Yeah, fuck off.
Sounds like Ruby's one of us.
And fuck you.
Ruby is missing.
That's nothing.
I think we'll keep sticking around, Titus. You'll be surprised at how quickly a theory presents itself if you keep looking.
A sudden flash of lightning in your neocortex. The hostile cafe...
Because she was here.
He's cobbling together shit.
She was here all night?
Yeah, with us, drinking. Near the stage there.
No. All right. She took a fucking leak, okay? For one moment. Maybe went out. And just 'cause she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't...
He's all right. We're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for sometime during the window. This was crucial. Now let's place her on that roof.
Why not? You can't draw straight. Maybe from the coast. But like I said...
Unless it was an exceptional, almost godly sniper.
Oh.
He stealthed the pin...
Okay, but...
The elevator is outside the building. It's an old dumbwaiter, used for moving pinball machines up and down from the... Ruby could have gone up, shot...
That's quite the theory.
I'm on it, boss.
It's a dumbwaiter, not an industrial lift. How about I go?
Just now. You got something else to back this route up? Firmly doesn't go well with could've, but a route doesn't.
Phase 2. Murder weapon. Get a gun in her hand. If not that, then at least...
That looks antique. A Belle McGrave. It's
20, maybe 30 rifles, Titus. Also...
God damn it. We need to close that dump down for good.
Okay. I see your point.
We just missed one. Ruby doesn't know this place, boss. Just these cops digging up shit.
God damn. That's just a...
He's about to blow his fuse.
Trouble. This is Revachol. Even the roid heads in the gym had a carbine.
He's angry because he knows you're right. What he's saying only confirms your...
All right, Carl.
Pete, we're not seriously considering it, are we?
Phase 3. Motive. The last component.
And I suppose you have a theory on that.
Think about it. Why go through all that effort?
She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit.
Really, Shanks? Claudia wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just the first one up there.
Time for a logics demonstration. He scoffs.
Think. You kill him. Get up there. Shoot him. Get down.
The man is silent.
If she used us to cover her own shit up...
Which is why she didn't. She would never do that.
Glenn, I thought the same thing when she skipped town and left us in this shit.
Oh, so he didn't rule her out completely. And she skipped town. This is good. Silence. The old man.
Yeah, I see it. There's one more thing I've been wondering about. Ever since you... I don't know where she went. She just got up and left. She was afraid I would tell you.
She knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it.
Perhaps. Ask her if you find her. It won't be easy, though. She made sure of that. I told you. You. Yes, you. The cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes. Sure. You know, when I first saw you limping here, I thought she was paranoid or... I told you. No, you. As in the cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes. Yeah. You know, when I first saw you limping, I told you. Yes, you. The cop with the... Sure. You know, when I first saw you limping here Friday afternoon, when you first arrived, I got word the RCM was in town. She said you have a funny... Until you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jamrock.
And then when they're all empty, just move on. Onto the next...
Fucking hell. Open Angus up like a can? Yes, he did. Now, we can whine about it.
Silence. He not...
You are in...
Yeah, there was something else. She wouldn't tell me, though.
Scared. You should be, too. A strange...
She's not far.
Good fucking luck, man.
Yeah, Al.
She's not really,
She's not, Glenn. A little.
Where have you looked?
More precisely, on the coast.
Who's doing this looking? They're all here.
Lizzie needed some air. No one goes to tell Everard anything.
It's called a radio, you believe. The gardener may have played you a game.
Sure, there are some shithouses there. A cinderblock town. Fisherfolk there refuse to unionize. So, that's one place we haven't looked. I hear they have a shack where
We will start there.
Boyish. Hair's red. Dyed. She looks... what now?
She said she's...
What?
We were talking about radio equipment.
This guy barely understands.
There you have it. Hell, something. It'll have to.
His grip is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite. Not just granite, tightly packed RCM Sergeant material.
When are you gonna get it through your suicidal head?
And he still isn't. People aren't afraid of good cops in the way Ruby was afraid of you. Wow, so someone's been a little boring. Yes, my standard liege. Someone's seen all sorts of wild ideas pop off and thought, I'll take the boring one. The
You?
See? You're so regular and vinyl brown. No need to be defensive. The regularity, the brownness, the cut and dry have their appeal. Of course you do. And maybe some black shoes or a pristine white shirt to go with that. It's official. My lord's cop. Yes, the type of cop you are, sire. Think of it as a cop. Done and done. Motorway south. The lone vector stretches in your mind's eye into the wild pale yonder, for an unimaginable distance, forgetting, until you can no longer remember anything.
Waves are beginning to die down. Oh? Okay. When did this... Oh. I've been out on the sea for most of the past... Yes, that's the optimal time. Got to make them... Sorry I couldn't help you out. Maybe I can help you find someone else. Well, how can I assist you then, officer? Everard and his plan for the village. Aye. Fine. Here you go. I shouldn't have. Probably, but it is a youth centre and I have children. Got to give them something else to do. They're cute and small now, but they're growing up fast. Anyhow, you also need Isabel's signature. If it's a bad idea, she won't sign.
Lillian should let her sword make her decisions. The girl just doesn't have the head for it. Lillian's not the only one who's tutored. I've seen it all before. You think they've got our interests at heart? Rich men are always selling poor. Then the poor get pushed out of their homes and the...
She is headstrong, but there's a slight hesitation in there.
Nay, I haven't seen anyone lately. This is my little cinder block.
There was...
Would you now? I know how this world works, and it doesn't work when people tell on each other. I should have known. This is yet another union.
Enough of this. She better start talking right now.
There's not much to it.
I see, ma'am.
You should look around your shack. Maybe she's rented it out to others too. A shovel.
All kind.
Wait.
Some of those the first time I saw one of...
There's no way. You...
I'm not even sure I should be telling. Okay, fine. There was this designer.
He existed, or I'm too...
Anyway, sometime later he started his... But then something... You've got to now, as...
Right. Wrong. All day.
Hey, tequila. Hey, apparently the idea was too high but the story does... That's right. There are those...
The cocaine.
Here's the... That's why he brought his... Or...
This is ludicrous.
My only question is, where does one get a shovel?
Whoa, whoa.
What?
For one, and second, it's just not feasible.
I have to agree. We barely... Besides, it would look extremely bad for...
Wait.
Yeah, well, that's the reality, so can't really remember seeing any...
It's a touchy topic. He really has no idea who this Ruby is. You take the legal documents out of the envelope. You take the legal documents out of the envelope. There is no loophole. The simple truth is, the current residents are going to lose their street access, and for the next 12 to 14 months, their lives will be dominated by constant construction noise. Right, once the construction starts, It'll probably take a few months, a year maybe, for even the most stubborn occupants to get tired of living like this.
Of course, Everard probably has eyes on us, but...
He won't say it outright.
Forgery, yes. It would render the document... It's not the sort of act I would normally encourage, but... You probably don't have a pen? Here.
Or you could try to trick Everard. Get someone random to sign the document. By the time the union boss finds out, your business here will already be concluded. The pen is shaking in your...
This isn't going to work. No, it's just a little line. Let's get an actual signature on top of it.
Tequila Suns. What's it about? Maybe you've heard. I used to be a very successful businessman. All right. Hey, Abs. Hey, Abs.
The man mumbled.
Hey. Goddamn Abigail is here. Wake.
Sure, I can fucking help.
Not exactly an expert forgery. Don't call Abigail. Would have signed something more like, don't call Elliot.
Fucking cops, man. Always hassling the poor folk.
No, that was... My favorite is the gun he lost.
Glad to have been...
Feels like a...
The incapacitated...
Thank you for your services, gentlemen. Should we go and...
Okay, what's on your mind?
Our
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small... The water reflects back. You'll be looking like a pan. A fresh start looms ahead. Like an artist with a brush or a mark, the sharp blade chafes against your skin. They feel so smooth, surprisingly so. The water reflects back a vague you almost look like. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see your reflection in it. The expression fixed to your clean-shaven face. You take the legal documents out of the envelope. There is no loophole. The simple truth is, the current residents are going... Well, you could trick Everard. Get someone random to sign the youth center cut. You take the legal documents out of the envelope. The youth center.
Yes?
Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to just think about it for a second. You're a raid.
I've considered it. It would be immensely ugly of them. Not to mention, I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets I am the finest of Safe? No. But you're old. You've made it this far. Something has... So no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And if... Yes? Yes! I don't know what to say. I'm really not sure about this turn of events.
Damage.
Either way, good on you.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. Again, the document... You take the legal documents out of the... Again, the document... You take the legal documents out of the... There is no loophole. Once the construction starts, it'll probably...
Evrard probably has
He won't say it.
Forgery, yes. It's not the sort of... You probably don't have it.
Or you could try to trick Everard. Get someone random to sign the document. But... You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction. You take the legal documents out of the envelope. With a confident flourish, you complete your Indeed. To be honest, it does, but it's not. And the document will be... All you need to do now is mail the signatures to Everart's accountant in London. On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap. Like an artist with a brush or a master, the sharp blade chafes against your skin, producing a scratching sound. The surface underneath the beard feels tender. Beneath the doubt sprouts a new, purified. The water reflects back a An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it. Adorned. As you look at the floorboards, in the hollow space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture. Nothing particular catches your eye. You stick your hand in and start cutting a small cylindrical object. You put the floorboard doesn't care. It's extra ammunition. She's locked and loaded. Red. The bed is comforting.
Our tenant, damn that girl.
And without anger.
But you didn't put it there.
Gone and hid things in there? She's usually yes. I let my room to that Ruby girl. As I've done before when she's been in trouble or just looking for solitude. She came last Friday, left on Monday in a hurry.
That's for the police to find out. Right then. Please answer each question to the best of your ability. I'm sure we have a...
Yes, early with the dogs. I cleaned it. Like I... No.
The truth, sir.
She's good company. Knows how to talk to an old woman.
Did she talk to you much?
No, she tried not to let it show. But I could tell she hadn't come to fish. Usually she likes to cast a few lines. But this time, how would I know? She's a gruff one, but not violent.
Your hand twitches. A single bullet hidden from sight.
Aye. Do tell. Exit from what?
The lieutenant stops,
No, she's a fighter.
not a quitter. Like, she really believes that.
Not that I know of, though she was into nice music. Although I guess she was pretty handy with the mech.
She may simply have kept the equipment elsewhere.
I don't know. Further up the coast, she tried to leave quietly, but the hinges on that door, you'll never find her, you know.
I wouldn't worry about that, man. We are persistent.
Are you sure you would rather stay here? Get a nice cozy fire going in.
The felled electric mural. You feel like you should go look at it again. Step closer this...
What more do you want to know? Yes, let's hear verse up. One thing, officer. She's a good girl.
You see, a one above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in...
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical room over there, or in that boat shack. In that church.
Even though you're sure you succeeded, all is quiet. There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead, no rustle in the reeds. Trying to talk to the wind.
How do we? She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We already... And then there's the church. We've already searched that and can rule it out. Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter. Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, this place. I'm sure it won't come to that.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. An adventure awaits. Buckle up and raise your collar. This search is going to be wet and cold. Suddenly, there's a sigh, carried on the molecules around you, moving in through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase.
She's down there.
Okay. Why? So, how do we get in there?
Finally, my time to shine.
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years...
There has to be a way to use brute force. A rusty ladder.
Yeah, that doesn't look good at all.
An old pipe peeks out. Your eyes slowly begin to... The lieutenant looks over your shoulder. A thin layer of... As your eyes adjust, you... And...
Given that this isn't a martial arts thriller, however, the pipe suggests there may be and it's right here. A maintenance...
It's jammed shut. Oh yeah. Big boy time. This needs you to put your back into it. The metal doors are heavy, and the flaking rust hurts your palm.
Good work. Shall we?
The dented yellow mailbox greets you. You drop the white envelope. Probably did the right thing. You can't trust that slug ever.
All right, let's go back to Evrard. If we don't mention anything...
The file cabinet stands steady as ever, and the unlocked drawer, the drawer slides. file cabinet stands steady as ever. And you're trying hard. Hundreds of documents and the same materials. You already went through all of these. The drawer slides. The already familiar cold touch of plastic welcomes you. The machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting. Your fingers run over the dial pad. Calling. Calling. Still call.
Video Reversal, 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for... Video Reversal is a 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lummy. Sir, I don't know. It's a... No. Maybe you called to extend your rental period? Do you need to extend your rental period? Let me fire up the machine. Here we are. You haven't rented anything in 5 years, but you still have a copy of Blue Ocean Health. It's not an easy watch. After the death of his daughter and subsequent, no wonder no one's been missing it. Still, it would be great if you could return it to us.
On the corner of Voyager and Main, a large neon sign, tiny hills, tiptoeing down the call is terminated by the payphone hangs mute. This is the Night Watchman's booth. The name of... You're back before the cargo container. You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you were last here. You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly. You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you were last here.
Mr. Dubois. Now, what can Everard Clare do for you today? The Golden Boy returns once more. My friend, the mailman, confirms the letter is on its way. You're in my inner circle. You too, Mr. Kitsuragi.
See? Well done, sire. By guile and deceit, you're in.
Harry, I've got to be honest with you. Your gun was found 2 days. An old woman has it, and let me tell you.
This must be the woman who bought the gun from Roy.
Yes, the same one. I see you've done your research. The pawn shop made the gun easy to track. Crazy. The neighbors of this old woman contacted my men because they trust me and the department.
Waving the gun around doesn't sound good. None of this does.
Unfortunately, I don't know anymore. You're gonna have to go in.
I, for one, find it refreshing. Finally, someone calls themselves a pig.
It actually sounds extremely bad, but
As I said, she's a character.
unstable is good, actually.
I already have. Tonight, starting 10 o'clock, near the old fish market on the coast. The one on the boardwalk, a little past the fishing village. Be careful, Harry. I would never set you up for—
More fun stuff. Seems like we already have—
Harry! By now, you should know I would never do anything tricky like that. Well, let's just say there'll be freshly renovated buildings near the roundabout where those poor people can finally enjoy a significant—
He proudly spreads his hands to—
So the village is doomed.
You were there, you saw the place, a wasteland, there's nothing left. But reset. I have big plans for Martinez. And Harry, imagine a youth centre supermarket church complex. Employing hundreds, no, thousands of people. Harry, enough is enough. We're taking this district back. The war was 50 years ago, for God's sake. It's time to move on. Yes, I do. I got the centre, I got room for a retail complex, and in 4 years, I'll get the church too. The wheels are already—
The pain is true. He's seen kids do worse than that.
I'm not a symbolist, Harry. I'm a realist. My statue will be Martinez rebuilt. 5-story building complexes, workers on welfare, and landowners in Azon hating me. That will be my—
You would look nice as a statue.
Oh, I do, Harry. I really do. I'm gonna make the working man as rich as Joyce Messier with that boat of yours. That's—
A true flash of anger in him, as he thinks of her.
Order it. You know my men didn't kill him. They told you. It was a happy accident. You know how it is. No one takes the initiative. If I wanted him dead, I would have had to do it myself. And I'm too fat for that. Glad you asked. I've got type 2 diabetes because sugar and fat was all my mother had to give me and my brother Edgar when we were kids. Good job too, as it made me ugly. And ugly people, Harry, are much better at politics. Why, a war, of course.
And what do you have to—
Victory, Mr. Kitsuragi. I have victory to gain. We are going to start a war with the Wild Pines group and win before they even realize there is a war. Harry, we outnumber them 1,500 to 1. And that's just Martinez. With all the unions in Revachol, and with public opinion on our side, we can hold off. The more they send, the worse it's going to look for them. They made a huge mistake hiring those guys. No one likes foreign mercenaries. The leftists hate them, the fascists hate them, even the moralists think they're in bad taste. Harry, there is no strike, only war. Class war. Or, in business terms, a dawn raid. Or wait. Is that when you still pay them something? We're not gonna give nothing. We're gonna take Terminal B away from them. The roads, the gates, the containers, that big crane, even the damn coffee maker. We're gonna take all of it for the people, and fuck Wild Pines.
So that's why you haven't let Joyce in?
Yes. It's also why I let that midget Gaumont go. He's too nice. I can't put him through this. Plus, he knows how to get in here. That woman can't tell her tits from her arsehole. She has no chance. Because we're friends, Harry. Besides, it doesn't matter now. It's already happening. No idea. Could have been his own mother for all I know. If you ever find the guy, give him a big fat kiss from Everard Clare.
He really doesn't know. The guy, huh?
I don't. I told you it could have been his own mother. I'm pretty sure it wasn't anyone from the Union. Maybe it was the mob. Or maybe he killed himself because he was a closet socialist.
He really doesn't.
$2,372.
And they're all well motivated.
Oh, you mean what sort of goods are going to be flowing through? How am I going to We've been running back channel negotiations with all the major clients. I think the company will be unpleasantly surprised to see how many of them stay loyal to Martinez. With renewed zeal sparked by communal ownership, the men will be shipping those containers double time. You'll be surprised to see how fast things go without parasites latching on. We'll have our...
That's drugs.
Drug trafficking.
Drug trafficking? Don't be stupid, Mr. Kitsuragi. There are perfectly legal, 100% ethical chemical factories on the Samaran Isola. All they do is produce components to keep the pharmaceutical industry running. That's people's health we're talking about.
Wow. A neurochemical. Psychoactive labor uprising stroke hostile takeover.
The company thinks transporting these chemicals in bulk looks bad, has bad optics, may be illegal in some countries. The Debarders Union, however, we're gonna transport the living daylights out of those materials, Harry. So you're sick.
And the kids on the street can get speed.
I'm an old-fashioned guy, Mr. Kitsuragi. But if I were to supply ingredients for some sort of rainbow party, I would make sure the Union took a fantastic share. And I'd keep that stuff far away from Martinez. Harry, if I was supplying raw...
Understood.
It's also far removed from my... Anyway, let's not focus on the sensationalism of the drug trade. This hypothetical drug trade is all anyone ever seems to be interested in. Let's look at the big picture. Martinez as a whole. There are little... I'm gonna unite them all into one economic body. We're gonna incorporate this place to Kingdom Come. Everyone's gonna be in on the wealth. And everyone's gonna pull their weight. Thank you, Harry. Thank you. We're way past specific... You can bother Leonard with that.
There's something different about him now. He's more...
Great, Harry, great. I think we've truly built a bridge. This has been so great. I'm sorry we don't have more fun things to do together. But, oh, that's very... One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not... We're all trying to do what's best for Martinez. Don't feel like you can't cooperate with her because you and I are such good friends. Vanished? Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check.
Wait, there was no mention of a casserole.
Harry, Harry, Harry. Do not fixate on this little matter. Maybe it was a rabbit stew. Or a head. If she actually wants to...
It's a fortress.
Yes, yes. Low...
His expression makes it clear. This is childish.
Of course, Harry. I have no interest in what she is doing. Tell her about all of it.
This is weird. Not nice weird, but...
I'm always happy to educate and entertain you, my friend. So, very nice, Harry. Is there anything else? Let's hear it, Harry. Family? Harry, you're not a family man. There's not one peep of family in here. That's why I like you, Harry. Of course, Harry, of course.
Regular law official. You've done it, Harry. Whatever else you are, you're also boring now. It was not easy. You spent most of your life trying to funk up every nook and cranny of your personality. When someone says something political, the first three thoughts in your head are a ludicrous hodgepodge of communism, fascism, and stock tips. When they ask you why you did something, it's superstardom, apocalypse, or the mea culpas of the flat.
container, used to be well packed. Everard. I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? I mean, I don't... Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean. Oh, that one. That should be empty.
Told you.
Mr. Everard doesn't really want me to talk to people about union guys. The night guard. Ooh. We talk all the time, but I don't really know much about him. He plays petanque with my old human studies teacher, Mr. Martin, down at the... They lived on the same street their entire lives. Even dated the same girl on and off for as long as I can remember. Mr. Martin, yes. Don't really remember much about him. I was just a boy back then. Whoa, he's really something. He doesn't talk much to me usually, but when he does, I don't... Once he said he's a dragon to this mob fellow who came picking a fight with some union men. I think he really believes Jean-Luc.
That's precisely what he is.
Oh, Titus is a longshoreman through and through. He was born on a boat race. He's a union man through and through. Good guy. He's very... Honestly, I don't know what he does for us, but it must be important because everybody likes him. Sure, mister. What can Leo do? Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes,
The containers in the yard. It's like some red infection was spreading outwards from the container yard's core.
Yes, they are hiding it from the inside. All the red containers have the Debarders Union.
No, not really. Mr. Everett doesn't tell me all the big things. Oh, no trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. Bye-bye now.